Okay, the Committee on Finance will come to order to hear the budget briefing on two people today. So we'll start off with charter schools, so please.
Good morning, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the committee. Thank you very much for accommodating our early request for a briefing with you. We are going through 23 contract renewals later this month, so we appreciate the accommodation.
Okay, thank you. Maybe what you can also do
yes.
is introduce your.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Yvonne Lau. I'm the Interim Executive Director of the Charter School Commission. I have with me actually my Deputy Executive Director, PJ4. I have my Early Learning Director, Deanne Goya, and I have my Finance and Operations Director, Danny Vasconcellos. And I actually have a commissioner in the house too, Mr. Kama Hopkins. So,
Okay, very good.
thank you so much. So we actually are providing testimony on two EDNs, EDN 600, which is the budget for our charter schools, and then EDN 612, which is the budget for the commission office and our early learning program. So I think in our testimony, we could sort of outline how the commission is set up and how the charter schools budget is being proposed for this year. Charter school enrollment is about 12,158. It's been going up steadily every year. They have performance goals and measures. And right now, as I said earlier, we are going through 23 contract renewals for our 37 charter schools. So that's about 62% of our portfolio. We have also implemented performance measures for that budget EDN 600. Currently, our 37 charter schools have returned to a more normal educational environment with the COVID subsiding a little bit, but still engaging in a lot of COVID protocols and making sure that our kids are safe. As a whole, our schools have been doing probably a little bit better than our regular department schools, although we are represented in every category. But we've had some schools that have had really great success, even during COVID. So we're really proud of them for that. It takes a lot, as you all know, that our schools have been working during COVID. In terms of federal funding for our schools, they've received about $9.9 million for their educational programs. These are the Title I, Title II, Title III, and Title IV IDEA funds as well. We get a proportionate amount from the Department of Education, who is the state education agency, and you'll find that information in our testimony as well. In addition, we've distributed the ESSER 3 funds in the amount of about $27.6 million, and that's laid out for you in the testimony as well. They do not get non-general funds from in their budget. And then as far as the budget request, you see there that for fiscal year 23-24, it's being proposed that they get $133,580,061, and then in fiscal year 24-25, it's 136, a little more than $136 million. So just to kind of outline for you that there's a key difference between the way the charter schools are funded and the department schools. So you've heard about weighted student formula for the department public schools. Charter schools are funded differently. So what charter schools get is a proportionate amount based on overall enrollment of EDN's of the program IDs, 100, 200, 300, and 400 in the education budget. So the overall enrollment of charter school students divided by the overall enrollment statewide is the proportion that they get. And then they receive their funds 3 times a year by statute. The first 60% by July 20th, the next 30% by December, and then the last 10% no later than June. So unlike the department, where there's a weighted student formula, there's a different formulation for the department schools. Our schools are funded differently by statute. So just know that when you hear per pupil, it's slightly different between the charter schools and the department. As far as, I think the budget requests that are in the budget for per pupil funding For 2024, there's a requested increase of $5,396,944. And in fiscal year '25, there's an increase of $6,507,926 for our charter school budget. The second program idea is EDN 612, which is the commission's budget and the administration. I'll note that in our budget, there are two distinct, programs: the commission office and the administration of the commission, and then there's the early learning budget. So you'll see there in the testimony that essentially our budget is pretty static. Let's see, the numbers for 23-24, total program cost is $6,530,693, and then for 24-25, it's $6,553,333. The one area that we did want to bring to your attention is that during COVID, like all departments, we were asked to reduce our budget, and so our pre-K program, we brought, both the administration office and the pre-K program, we put in for cuts, and we did receive less. Last year, when many of the department's budgets were restored, our pre-K budget was not, and so we've asked Governor to restore that budget to pre-COVID levels, and we really would appreciate that, because right now, I think it's, for our current schools with pre-K programs, it's an unsustainable amount. And I think minimally, the request is not that much to ask, and I think moving forward with the Governor and LG's request to expand or augment our pre-K programs, we would really appreciate, on behalf of our pre-K schools, the restoration of our budget. So, I'm not gonna go through the entire testimony because there's a lot there, but if you have any questions for us or for our pre-K program or for Danny, our budget fiscal person, we're very happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, members, any questions? Okay, Representative Ward.
I don't necessarily have to go to first, but I want to take advantage of I'll yield to anybody, especially those who may be new here. Otherwise, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your report. I appreciate it. We're talking about finance in the Finance Committee. What is the per capita funding for DOE versus if we do the same formula per capita for the charter schools? What's the oranges to oranges comparison? The word on the street is it's not the same.
It's
They're still
not-
second-class kids.
Well, it's not the same. I guess it's sort of, it's a different philosophy behind how the schools are funded. So the charter schools do not receive SPED funding because the DOE is responsible for special education for all public schools, including charter schools. So they retain that funding. There's certain categories of funding that when you look at the education budget, there's different program IDs. So we don't get different, I think for 500, I don't remember, Danny, which ones, but there's certain categories that we don't receive, and the department retains that funding. The key difference with charter schools is that the per pupil amount that they get is, this is the sort of the difference that charter schools, they're operated differently. We have a contractual relationship with our schools versus the department and the superintendent, who is direct line authority. So we don't tell the schools how to expend their dollars, but also the money that is given to them or allocated to them, it's not categorized by different categories. They are free to spend that money however they decide. They have to make it work based on that per pupil amount. And essentially, once it's expended, it's the school's funding to keep. So if they don't spend all their money, they actually have to retain some of that money every year, so that they have to make payroll every January. So like I explained earlier, we fund them 3 times a year. So unlike other departments, when they don't spend the money in the year that it's been allocated, it goes back to the treasury.
But has it the traditional beef been where, look, if you're in a DOE school, you don't pay rent to anybody, but these other facility costs
Yes.
make the charter schools like say, hey, we're not being treated equal, we gotta pay rent to a landlord, et cetera, et cetera.
Facilities has been an ongoing
Why
challenge.
can't we solve that problem?
I would love for you folks to help us solve that
So
facilities
the chair could put a
problem.
rider in the budget that these funds will be used for facilitated payments. Because it's, otherwise it's not fair. But let's go to really probably the most important part, are the test scores. How are the charter schools doing with third grade reading and third grade math, of which we as a state are really below the national average? How do you compare the performance of
So-
those two groups of kids?
Just generally, obviously I don't have the numbers in front of me, but generally I think our charter schools are keeping up with the department. We do have some of the highest performing schools in the state. And then we like I said earlier, we're represented in every category. We got folks that are doing really well, we got folks in the middle, we got folks at the bottom.
But if you put them all together and compare them macro to macro, how are they doing?
They're keeping up with the department. And in
Meaning the
certain,
department is ahead, DOE is ahead, rather
in
than
certain
the
categories they are, but like I said, I've got a few schools that are just killing it on every category. So, you know, we're all trying to figure out what the secret sauce is, and the commission has been working on this definition of high quality, so that we can share those learnings out with the broader public education system.
Okay, one other comparison, the Hawaii immersion. We've heard
Mhm.
great things about that.
Yes.
What's the latest, or the update on the status of how they're doing and what, in terms of,
Our Hawaiian immersion schools are doing really well. We've got a few schools that are, again, just killing it. They are doing amazing things. I think the one thing I will share about Hawaiian immersion and our Hawaiian focused Hawaiian immersion schools is it's a different perspective, right? It's slightly different from the Western way of delivering education. But the beauty of what these charter schools are doing is, one, connecting with their communities, providing the cultural connection for the students that they serve. And the kids are just thriving in these Hawaiian immersion schools. And if you ever get the chance to visit some of our Hawaiian immersion schools, I would encourage you to come and visit them, because what you will see is just Hawaiian being spoken freely and openly, and when you go and visit the classrooms, you see that the kids are really engaged and in learning.
exactly. And we've heard good reports about that, and that's why there should be equity in funding, and if it's
Absolutely.
going well with lower funding, you can
Absolutely.
imagine what it would be with full funding? That would be exciting.
We definitely appreciate the funding that in the last couple years has been increasing. We would appreciate that, but I will say you're absolutely right with the facilities piece. It eats into their operating costs. And unlike the department that, the facilities are there, we're all paying for the rent, right? But our charter schools, if they're having to rent private property, they're having to pay rent. So any assistance with that, somehow, even if we can use, I think there's actually in the law, if there's state property that isn't being used, DAGS is supposed to outline those facilities so that we could possibly have them used by charter schools or even early learning pre-K centers.
Speaking of appreciation, we really appreciate what you're doing, particularly for the young people, and the former chair of this finance committee is really big on early learning.
Yes.
In socioeconomic advancement in this country, your education is your booster rocket. So
Absolutely.
the more that we can pour into our kids, the better. And that's why I hope someday in the future you say, look, there's same funding for charter schools as they have in the DOE regular schools.
Thank you for bringing that out. I know that brings joy to my early learning director, Deanne, who's been fighting we've been doing this for 8 years. And we're really grateful to the LG and the governor for, coming around and pushing this initiative with early learning, because it is the investment that in our youngest students that are really gonna pay off.
And
in
we
the
have a
end.
long way to go. 58% of our
Absolutely.
population is the Alice
Yep.
families, right on the border of poverty.
Yep.
So education is that route to do it. So thank you for what you're doing.
Thank
and
you, Representative
hopefully we can
Ward.
give you more money in the future.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you,
Our
Representative
schools
Ward.
appreciate that.
Any other question, Representative Garrett? followed by Representative Kobayashi.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Ms. Lau.
Good
Thank you for
morning.
being here. At the beginning, you mentioned that you're currently going through the renewal process. Could you explain that to us and how
Sure.
how long these contracts are that you've entered
Sure,
into?
so currently statute allows us to give out contracts at 5 years at a time. So unlike our department public schools, our charter schools are on what we call charter contracts. And it's a performance contract, essentially. So there's academic requirements, there's financial fiscal requirements, and then there's generally everything else operationally, compliance, all the things that public schools have to do. So there's 3 areas under the contract that the schools are required to meet. That's defined in a contract. And then the concept being, if you meet the performance expectations, then we would renew your contract, right? So right now, we've got 23 of our 37 charter schools that are coming up to the last 6 months of their contract. So we are literally next week starting on contract renewals. So we're reviewing their performance over the last 5 years, and then hopefully we'll have, renewals of those schools in the coming year. So that's what the renewal process is about, and the concept of charter schools is, you're on performance expectations, and if you don't meet those performance expectations, then the state can decide not to renew your contract, or let someone else who might have another idea to serve that community come in and do that for us. So it's really, we have our department public schools that do a fantastic job, but then there are charter schools, and the state has chosen to provide that additional opportunity to our communities to create alternatives. But they're also required to meet the same performance expectations. So we still fall under the Board of Education and their content standards and expectations for public school students, but charter schools are able to do it slightly differently through whatever methodology. So like Hawaiian Immersion, Hawaiian Focus, we have some project-based learning schools. We've got 37 different types of schools out there across the state. So that's what our charter schools do.
Okay, and if you find that they're not meeting those performance expectations, what's the process to, do you put them on like an improvement plan, give them a grace period? How does that work?
Yeah, so every year we do, so part of the commission office is to ensure that they are meeting the contract expectations. So we do have staff that go out and inspect, make sure that they are meeting all those requirements. If we find that there are deficiencies, we notify them. We might issue a notice of concern saying, hey, you gotta make sure you meet these deadlines. Can you please go ahead and fix that? And if they do, then great. If they don't, the commission might have to do a notice of deficiency. And then if they do something really terrible or they really violate a provision of the contract, the commission can initiate revocation of the contract. And of course, we don't wanna ever go there. So we always make sure that we have our schools on, we have a system where we notify them of all the requirements, the due dates. As part of the public school system, they are also required to report a lot of things that the department has to report for federal purposes as well. So we try to coordinate all of that, those requirements for our schools, and then we expect them to meet those deadlines. And when they don't, we send out notices, and if they don't fix it, we escalate it. So again, unlike the department schools where you have a superintendent and you've got complex area superintendents and all that, we have individual schools with governing boards, and these are volunteer governing board members. It's a little bit of a challenge sometimes, but our relationship, the commission's relationship, is with the governing board, and our expectation is that the governing board is gonna be responsible for making sure that their leadership or their teachers are doing, or their staff are doing what they need to do to operate a public school in the state of Hawaii, so.
Okay, thanks for the explanation. One follow-up question, if I may, Chair. You also mentioned the ESSER 3 funds that you
Yes.
distributed out to the schools. Are the schools, for the most part, doing a good job expending that money?
I think they're doing that. I think, Danny, you got a update on ESSER 3.
Thank you, Representative. For ESSER 3, we're following the same process that the DOE has implemented for its schools, which is a reimbursement model. So the DOE split the ESSER allocation, which Yvonne explained was about $27.6 million. They split it into 2 years, so charter schools got half of the ESSER funding last year and the remaining half this year. Our schools, maybe need to pick up the pace a little bit. You know, I think with some of the different things that are coming down coming at them, things like collective bargaining increases, the teacher differentials and things like that. You know, ESSER funds are available to them. We've had roughly, I wanna say about half of our schools submit reimbursements for ESSER 3 already. And we've been contacted by, I wanna say, the majority of the remaining half in terms of making sure they understand the process, asking questions about appropriate use and things like that. So I think we're okay for now. If we're still at this point next year, there is an expiration date on these funds. Because of the extension that the DOE got from the federal government of September 2024, I know DOE is looking at maybe something earlier, so we don't have people right at the end saying, hey, I got large sum of money and we need to expend it in the next month or so. So one of the things, as Ivana said, as part of our commission duties is we do kind of keep in contact with our schools, notify them to say, hey, these ESSER funds are there, submit your reimbursement requests, and we'll get those processed and get those funds out to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative Kobayashi.
You said something like anything you can do about helping with funding for facilities would help. I think that's the opposite. You should take the opposite tack. That is, around here we say, if you ask for nothing, you're almost guaranteed nothing, or what you ask for. As I understand it, and this committee has been to charter schools from schools that were just, how would you say, doing with makeshift facilities on, frankly, rather sketchy grounds, where they literally had parents come with picks and shovels and level out the ground. I can remember a place like in Pune like that. And then also charter schools that have DOE facilities, I mean, intact DOE school. So, and then, of course, in between, everything from rental and leases, et cetera. But given the complexity of the facilities that charter schools have to deal with and the appropriate complexities of funding and needs requirements, I think unless you folks come to us with a proposal, you're going to get nothing.
So charter school facilities funding has always been quite the challenge because
Yes.
like you just explained, there we have conversion schools that were originally DOE campuses and they converted, and so they don't pay rent, and in fact the DOE retains the maintenance costs for that. Neighbor Islands, DAGS takes care of those facilities, and then we've got what we call our startup schools, where they find the space, they find the place. And they figure out their budget and they make it work. And in that case, I would say, as Representative Ward had pointed out, there's a little bit of challenge there because they all get the same per pupil funding, right? But whatever goes to facilities is obviously not being spent on the kids. So I think there's been various versions of trying to address the facilities issue over the years. I think we've created a facilities funding work group that outlines sort of, how would we divvy up the funds if the legislature were to allocate facilities funding for charter schools? And so we've done that, but we also, I think the legislature has asked DAGS to find out how many state facilities out there can be used for either pre-K or for charter school facilities. And I'm sorry to say that every year that we've received that report, there currently, according to DAGS, there is no facilities available. I think there are existing DOE campuses that are not fully utilized, but again, that is another challenge because the department and the principals and the communities they have, purposes for their facilities, and so we have this sort of ongoing challenge. I think one of our schools a few years back was able to find space on a DOE campus, and unfortunately, decision was made that the DOE wanted to take that space back. So, our charter schools continue to struggle with that, and there's no easy answer to it, but certainly I think if any of our charter schools could propose, hey, could the state buy this facility? And I think, again, School Facilities Authority.
So what I get is that you're not gonna propose any solution. You're gonna let somebody else, less expert than you.
I think the
try to
hard part
propose
for the
something.
commission is we're the advocate for the system, but not necessarily the individual schools. So we've advocated over the years for increased funding for our charter schools, and then if there can be facilities funding for the legislature to allocate and the governor to provide that or to sign off on that, we could then distribute the facilities funding separately from the per pupil.
So we can expect no progress on this item of facility money.
I would love to have.
That's my conclusion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Yeah, please. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for being here, Director. I have a question about enrollment. So I see that you have a little bit over 12,000 students at the 37 different charter schools. I'm just wondering what's the smallest and the largest school you have? And then how do you distribute that funding so that smaller schools, have the same kind of equitable education as those with more students at the
So,
school?
The way that the law is set up, it is on a per pupil basis. So whether you have, I think the smallest school, we've got maybe 30-something students, 38 to over 1,000. So they get amount based on the number of students that are enrolled. So each student gets a certain amount.
Okay.
I think this year is about 9,200 a student. And then, so it depends on the overall budget for education, because we get 100, 200, 300, 400, that bucket of funding and a proportionate amount. So it's divided up by per pupil, right? So, yeah, it's a different funding model. I don't know why. I mean, that is the way it was done, and that's what we.
Right, so you have the same challenge as the DOE schools that have small schools where
Yes.
those smaller schools might not have all of
Yes.
the staff that they need or those kind of stuff. So that's
Yeah.
the same issue that these smaller charter schools
Yeah,
have.
so, just to point out that the statute does allow the schools to go to a weighted student formula model, but they have to agree. So I think the majority, I can't remember what the percentage is, but they can vote, all the charter schools could vote to say, you know what, we don't want to do per pupil anymore, we want to go weighted student formula. They could do that, but they all have to agree to it, or a majority of them have to agree to do that. But right now, the way the statute is written, that's the way that we allocate the funding to them.
Okay, okay, great, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Representative Ward.
Chair, if I may, you may have answered my initial question about the per capita. You said it's 9,200 per student?
About 9,200 this year.
But the DOE is like 11, 12, or 13, if I remember correctly. Maybe Representative Kobayashi knows this number or somebody else. But I know it's in the teens. So there is considerable differential there. Now, those were my questions. I have two questions from constituents. How many charter schools have been approved in the last year?
So
And
we
then
have-
how long for those that do apply does it take? Because I heard it's an arm and a leg waiting to get the approval.
So we approved 2 new charter schools this past year. It got delayed due to COVID. They are not scheduled to open until 24, 25, and 25, 26, I believe. So it has taken the vast majority of our charter schools, even when we approve them, it takes them about 2 years to get started up.
Oh,
and-
so it's not the application process, it's their startup.
The startup takes a couple years, because there's a lot of things that they have to do to gear up to open a public school, for one thing. And then usually it's the facilities challenges. So they've got to get,
Bingo.
the permits and the occupancy and the fire inspections and all. So obviously during COVID, we had to stop the process because, we didn't authorize schools every year. We didn't have a applications process every year. The commission is planning to, we've started it, we're gonna start it again, and we're planning to have it on a regular annual basis. For new applicants to come in who wanna have an opportunity to operate a charter school in the state of Hawaii. But from the time the commission approves, there's still a startup process where we have to make sure that the facility is correct, that they've got the right, staffing, that they've got all their permits together, that the fire inspection has been done, that all those things that you have to start up have to be done, before we can open the doors.
So you approved 2 out of how many applications?
We had 4 that applied this, so it was a little bit, we started the cycle in 2020, and then COVID hit. So we went from, I can't remember, 11 or 12 applicants, and then we went from that to 4 that ended up continuing the process. So we were able to complete that cycle last year, late last year. So we approved 2 of the 4. And then those 2 are now working on getting geared up to open.
So with post-COVID, do you expect a increase or another?
No, I don't know, because we don't know how many folks out there. I mean, I can't tell you like every year we're gonna get 4 or 5.
But you don't have a ceiling, there's not a cap,
There's
right?
no cap at this point.
Okay, because there's a lot of interest in.
So, I mean, it's something that the state and the commission takes very seriously, because we have to make sure that we can't just keep opening schools, right? I mean, it needs to make sense for the community and for the state. And it has to, we are focused on meeting a need that is identified. The one thing we don't wanna do is replicate what the department is doing. We're not here to compete with the department. What we're here to do is offer additional opportunities for children that might wanna learn differently, or parents that want a different way of education, but still meeting the state standards.
When you say you can't just keep opening schools, clearly that's the case, but what we'd like to see is that reading and math and
Absolutely.
those things go up.
Absolutely.
And as Representative Kobayashi said, maybe we need more money to do that, but that's really the bottom line. And the other interesting thing is that the highest correlation with student achievement is parental involvement. Are you getting the kids really involved with, or the parents involved with the kids?
So
Because that's the highest correlation
yeah.
for decades.
So I will say that's the one thing that our charter schools do, I think, very well, is that because parents choose to apply to a charter school and they want their children there, many of the parents that have their children attend charter schools like it because it's usually smaller, it's a closer community, and there's a lot more engagement between the school and the parents. So during COVID especially, I think we saw that relationship come through very well. We didn't have the same kind of issues that our department colleagues had in terms of, engaging with parents. And charter schools were a little bit better able to accommodate sort of the changes that COVID brought on. So I think, that's the one thing that I will say charter schools are really great at, is engaging the parents, because they wanna be there. And they choose to apply to the charter school because they like the model and the mission and the vision and the model of education that the school is offering. And ultimately, they live and breathe by their enrollment, right? Because if they're not doing a good job, it's really the parents and the students that can take their enrollment elsewhere.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative Kahalo.
Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo for your presentation. I kind of wanted to follow up on the process for new charter schools to be able to open up. So when you described the approval of 2 schools out of 4, were those applicants that were from pre-COVID? And can you talk a little bit about reopening up the application process for new schools?
Yep.
Coming from a neighbor island, we know the importance of sometimes there being pockets where there's not enough access.
Yes.
And there's long travel commutes to get to schools. So the ability to have the opportunity to access for those who want to open more charter schools and have more Hawaiian immersion schools.
Yes.
I was wondering if that application opening and the Board of Education asking to facilitate opening that up has happened yet.
So thank you for bringing that up, because actually we are literally in the process of redoing our application. We are planning on approving that application process early February. And we hope to have that process put out so that applicants can then apply, and we hope to complete that entire, this 2023 process before the end of July, or in July, I think is the target date. So we'll have hopefully some applicants and some decisions made by July, and we'll have possibly more charter schools to offer across the state. So that, I think the plan is revising our application to reflect better on how we want to authorize charter schools, and really, again, focused on the unique community needs, and then the mission and the vision of the charter school itself, and why do you want to open a school, and what is the need that you're trying to meet. That, I think, is the important part of what charter schools are doing. So I think the commission is focused on making sure that when we authorize charter schools, that it's going to meet a need for that community, and having that community connection is really important. So we hope to have that in place, and that it'll be an annual thing. So applicants that are out there that potentially want to have a need that they want to fill, and have a model that they think they can propose to the state of Hawaii, they'll have that regular timeline from this point forward.
Thank you for that response. Quick follow-up question related to the recruitment of students and families to charter schools, at least coming on a rural community. Some of our charter schools are somewhat hidden, and we have public schools, DOE public schools, that are there, have been there for hundred years. So, you know, families know, if I live here, I go to this school, and seemingly that's my only option. So I was wondering what the kind of recruitment process is to let families and communities
Yes.
know that this is an option for them, what the cost is, if there's, like, just all of those
Yep.
details so they can make an informed decision. Because I kind of get a sense that it's hidden and it's word of mouth versus letting the full community know that it's accessible. Because at least our charter schools, like, they're behind, like, brush, and, like, they're very hidden. You don't naturally drive by them. It's kind of, you need to know. And it gets to this diversity opportunity comment that, do the parents in the know that know people, or have actually, you know, better financial status, able to, like, know about the charter school, or versus just have accessibility to all families in all communities.
Fantastic point. Thank you for bringing this up, because it allows me to sort of share with you that we have a website on the Charter School Commission website. We have a section that talks about charter schools, find a charter school. Additionally, with the new application process, we are asking those applicants to show us how they have engaged the community. How does the community know that you are trying to offer them an opportunity for a alternative or a different way of educating our public school students? So we have been we've revised our website. We've tried to make, I encourage you to go on there if it's not on our materials, but it's got a lot of information there. At some point, we hope that parents will definitely use that information, and our charter schools too. That's a big part of our revised strategic plan, is getting that information out, sharing with the broader public and the K-12 system the unique things that our charter schools are doing, because that's really what the purpose was, to share those innovative ways so that the broader public system could perhaps adapt those things that they're doing that are working for student achievement. So I'm sorry that we haven't been as effective, but I think as we start to do this work, we hope that more and more people will access our website, and our schools will have been doing more and more outreach. So we're gonna make sure we have you signed up to our listserv, because we do put out monthly newsletters that share out all of our different school things that are happening and the great things that our charter schools are doing.
Thank you. Our charter schools are doing amazing work, but it's just making sure that
Yep.
all community, not
Yes.
just those who have access to the information,
Absolutely.
can understand the great work in the great charter schools. Because some of the high flyers who have been around longer, there's a lot of community knowledge and awareness. There's 2 charter schools in my district that are kind of not easily hidden. you see people turning off a highway to the bushes, and you're wondering, where is Innovations Public Charter School? Who is that? How do you know about that school? So just ensuring that, all charter schools in district, I don't know if there's funding for community outreach support. I know pandemic has stalled participation at community events to just bring awareness to some of the charter schools, but I think that will help families understand there's other
Yes.
choices. You may not just have one, and we have a lack of access to private institutions in rural communities, so
And charter schools do not charge. They are public
Yes.
schools.
I
so-
know that, but
Yes.
maybe there isn't the awareness
Yeah,
for other families.
exactly.
They might think it's a private
Agreed.
school if it's not a DOE school. So
Right.
it's just getting that awareness and information out. Because I just believe in my district, it's somewhat word of mouth, because they're tucked away and
Yes.
not off in a little more hidden places in my district.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Representative Poy.
Thank you, Chair.
Followed by-
I was just curious if there are any instances where charter schools are having to decline enrollment due to things like facility, maximized space, or other reasons.
I can share with you that facilities has been a challenge. So we have, actually, Deanne can speak to this. We have lots of folks that want pre-K. And it's public pre-K, which is free, but because there's not enough space, we can't offer an additional classroom. So we've had schools that have had to, because they lost their lease or they weren't able to secure the facility, not be able to provide an additional class of pre-Ks. Other schools do have wait lists. A few of them have wait lists, and they do really well, and of course word of mouth gets out, and so it is an applications process, and then there's a wait list for that. So there are a few schools, but there are also a number of schools that have not filled all of their enrollment. So it just depends on where they are, and obviously the success of the students at that school drive that enrollment.
Representative Ayub.
Thank you, Chair. Can you describe the learning outcomes for, namely the Hawaiian charter schools versus like DOE schools, just for like English reading and learning, and how you evaluate the levels?
So they are all public schools, which means they all are required to take the state assessment. They're all measured by Strive High. Additionally, the commission does allow them to provide additional measures, and it may be tied to their model or their area of focus. So I guess, I want to think about sort of a recent example of Malama Honua, which is out in the Waimanalo side. And their whole mission and vision was centered around, the voyaging canoe. And they've built the entire school and their curriculum and all of their programs around that, and they've been able to show, you take the students as they are and they grow them as they can, but they drive their mission and their vision, and they get these kids engaged and coming to school, and you can see the growth and progression of those kids. We have schools that are in communities that have been continually challenged, but they do what they can to engage those children and their communities and their parents especially. I think, as Rep. Ward mentioned, that one of the biggest drivers of student success is parent engagement. So they are all required to take the state assessment. They're all reported out. So our annual report and the Department of Education in their performance reports report out on charter school performance as well. So I think earlier I mentioned we have schools that are in all three categories, doing extremely well, right in the middle, and struggling at the bottom. They get the same kind of federal support that the department schools get, and they are expected to try to use that funding to help those students do better and improve on their math, English, language arts, and math and science as well. So it's if you think of it as same standard, but different methodology. The department has their programmatic method, curriculum, whatnot. The charter schools have a different way of getting the students to the same point. And what is the success of the charter schools? They're all, all doing well, right in the middle, and struggling as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, Vice Chair.
Can I ask a follow-up to the enrollment? You mentioned that the smallest school is about 30-something. Are there minimums of student enrollment to ensure, to keep the school open, or can they be, as small as whatever the school?
It's how they have to make it work. So there's a lot of things that, so the easiest would be, I don't want to say easiest, because all of my elementary school people will say that's not easy. But you have to think about the funding for the teacher, the certification requirements, you've got union requirements. All of those, it's complicated, but as long as they can make that work, depending on the number of students they have, that's their governing board's kuleana. And as long as they're meeting all of those requirements, the commission, we're really the, sometimes I call it, we're the DCC of charter schools, right? We're the regulators. So we don't tell them how, but we have to make sure that they're meeting all of the requirements. So we don't put a minimum, but as you get smaller and smaller and smaller, and depending on what kind of school you're doing, it's gonna limit your ability to do that. So as long as they're meeting those requirements, right? So we don't, so the answer to your question is no, we haven't set any minimums, but business-wise, fiscally, it has to work.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative,
Hi, thank you, Chair. Is the charter school, the kids that go into the charter school, can they play sports for the high school?
That's a great question. So right now, the law says that they have to, so if you're in a secondary charter school, you have to go to the school that you geographically reside in to play for that DOE team. Most of our charter schools, I don't think we have any charter high schools that have their own teams, right? Well, university, yeah.
Some of the other schools do in smaller
Yes,
sports.
but most of the time, they can participate in the DOE school, but it has to be their geographic area. And we've had challenges with that. Parents, the reality is for some of these students that may not go, maybe the charter school is in town and they live in Waianae. But, so if they want to play sports, they have to go back to Waianae for practice, and that makes it very impractical, right? So we've had challenges. I think it used to be that you could play for the school closest to your charter school, and then somehow the law changed a few years back, and they moved it to the geographic location of where the student resides. So that is something that I think has been sort of out there. Some schools and parents want to make a change that fall.
So I was coaching football as well out at Campbell, and we caught over 100 to 200 kids on a football team. A lot of them are great kids, and they don't have a place to go to make their career impact or just to have that challenge to that sports. Can we figure out a way to combine the charter school with the public school and make, instead of the kids got to travel to Pac-5, that we can do a west side and Kaneohe side and east side and try to see if how we can work together and bring these kids to be able to get into sports? Or some kind of academics that takes that traveling time.
That'd be a great legislative proposal to, it's something we would have to work on. So I think there are schools and parents and that want the change in the statute because, like you said, it's impossible for the kids who are going to a charter school that's not close to where they live to do practice or to be part of that team. So finding a solution to that problem would be great. And if there's anything we can work together on, we'd be happy to do that.
Thank you.
okay, thank you. Any other questions? Representative Carlos.
Thank you so much again for your time. I had a question about our teachers and our charter school teachers of what does open vacancies look like, teacher recruitment, how it may differ from DOE. Are there more gaps? Are there less?
So,
And maybe
Yeah.
also just the opportunities for professional development, if there's some things that stand out of differences that charter schools either excel at or need more support.
so all teachers, all employees in charter schools are subject to collective bargaining. So teachers are part of HSTA, principals are all part of HGA, and custodians and other workers that, are in that category. For UPW, they're in those respective unions. Unfortunately, for charter schools, or fortunately, it depends on your perspective, they are not part of the DOE system as far as, DOE has a pretty robust teacher professional development. Each charter school is its own entity, if you will. So it depends on the charter school. So we have some charter schools that have a very robust teacher professional development program, and there's a defined process for teachers to become to what we call the reclass process. But not all charter schools, obviously, especially as they get smaller and smaller. It's quite different. So in terms of teacher recruitment, again, that is different for charter schools because they are their own entity. Their governing board in the school is the employer. Although they are state agencies, they are not the DOE. So charter schools cannot go to the DOE recruitment system or the transfer period to recruit teachers. That's just part of sort of how it worked when they said, we want to do charter schools. So, that's just the way it happens. And so, yeah, our charter schools are challenged in many ways in recruiting teachers because many of them are in very rural areas. And it's difficult to get, very experienced teachers. But some of our schools have figured out the pipeline and have done a really good job of growing their own or finding the right people to come in and investing in them as teachers. And, so I think for some of our charter schools that have been around for a while, they have really experienced teachers there. And so, again, it goes to the cost, with a lot of the teacher compensation going up, the cost of running charter schools has also gone up. So although we appreciate very much the amount of funding that has increased, proportionately, it's probably still not the same. It just won't be the same because it's just a different way that we choose to slice the pie out, I guess. But yeah, that is part of the challenge that charter schools face. So.
Mahalo. And thank you for this information about early learning and your commitment to that. A lot of us are working with the Lieutenant Governor to help see how we can support that. And I noticed that there were many charter schools that showed commitment and desire to be a host site. So
Yes.
that's commendable. So thank you to those charter schools who stepped up early to tell the LG that they're committed to supporting expansion of early learning.
We're really grateful for the state's investment in our early learning system. And, 8 years back when this first got started with Deanne and the governor at that time, we did apply for a federal pre-K grant. And we were the only state that had a charter-only grant focus. So this program grew out from there. And part of that program was the federal government would provide the foundational support, and then the expectation was the state would then make that investment. So we have been trying to continue that program. A few years back before COVID, thank you, legislature, you made that commitment to continue the 18 classrooms that we have. But as you all know, early learning is expensive, and many families are struggling. I mean, I can't even imagine having to pay $900,000 a child to have pre-K. So for the state to make this investment would be huge. It's a huge impact on our families, and I think it's a very worthy investment. So thank you. Thank you in advance.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I have a couple.
Okay.
Yeah, so early learning, I think we'll hear the Lieutenant Governor when she comes before us talk about it, and it's something that I've always believed in, and
Thank
so
you.
I look forward to that. But one of my questions is, how many charter schools have you closed?
Let's say 2. I think 2 charter schools.
Okay, and why were they closed?
So the one that was closed, basically, the first one that got closed was they basically overspent and ran themselves into a lot of debt. That was unfortunate because it was unfortunate. And I think as a result of that, the legislature did actually enact a statute that basically said if you don't make payroll, you close. Because we were not gonna allow an entity to rack up, any kind of debt like that. So that was the first one. And then the second one, we had to close on the Big Island because they were cheating. And, there were a lot of contract violations and things they were doing that was not okay. So commission had to step in and basically revoke the charter of that school. And that was really, again, nobody wants to do that. It's very hard on everyone. But, that's why we put so much time, the commission and its staff, on the front end, making sure that our schools are, number one, meeting all of the requirements on time, watching their fiscal reports. We require them to report quarterly financials, and then they are audited every year as well. So we're watching to make sure that, they're doing the right thing, that they're meeting all of the reporting requirements. Our team has been out there at every school. This year, every school, we plan to do that once or twice every year to every school to make sure that, all the things are being done properly.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. So, one of the things that, actually it started before I got in the legislature when I was staff, and that was quite a while back, is the inception of charter schools. And I kind of remember the discussion. And part of this, the sell to the legislature was that it would be able to operate without the bureaucracy of the DOE. It would be able to fundraise on its own that the DOE could not. That it would be able to bring in all this money from philanthropy and whatever. Could you tell the committee how that's going?
That hasn't exactly played out the way that I think it was envisioned. As you can see, facilities has been a huge challenge. I mean, it is a challenge for anybody in the state of Hawaii, but many of the schools have associated nonprofits, and the idea being that they're supposed to fundraise to support the school. And many of them do, but some of them struggle. So that doesn't necessarily always work the way that it intended. And I think the challenge for those legislators who were here back in the day, they all remember, like, hey, you guys said you didn't need facilities funding. And then now it's like everybody needs facilities funding. So it's the reality is whatever the schools have to pay for in terms of facilities is not being spent on the children that they're serving. So it's not an easy question to answer, but.
Do you track what private money or other monies that come in?
It gets, I believe it's accounted for in the audits every year, so.
Okay. Is there a report to the legislature? Or is it
Yes.
only in the audit?
It's in our annual report, and I think all the audits are public.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right,
so-
I'll take a.
Specifically for that information, Chair, it's not in a specific report, something we could put together.
Is it something you could get to this committee?
Yes.
Okay, on an annual basis?
It would be information pulled from the charter school audits, so we'd wait until the audited information comes in.
Okay, so that brings me to my next point. So so one of the things that I remember thinking at the beginning was that if the goal is to not go through the same bureaucracy as the DOE, if they were able to raise other monies and do those things and then run more like a business, I think it kind of made sense. But what I'm seeing is that we're going in the opposite direction. So,
If I
you know, wait,
yeah.
let me finish. So one of the things that I believe is that when I ran my business, right, we had 3 stores, we had 3 shifts a day, we had 2 cashiers per shift. And I always give this example, if every cashier was short $1, it would be thousands of dollars a year, right? But if I had to come up with a system to make sure that we balance to the penny, it would cost me more than the system, okay, right? So government's problem has always been that if we're missing the dollar, there are legislators that will go after you and bang you, why weren't you watching that dollar? So then what we do is we put things in place and to oversee and to make sure that we find that dollar. And it, again, costs government more than the dollar. If we keep expanding this, it will become another DOE. And that's my concern.
So I did want to point out a point that you brought up at the very beginning, which is when they represented to you that we could be free of the DOE bureaucracy. And I do think that this point is really important. Because all of our public charter schools are public schools and they are state agencies of the state. And the way that our department is set up, they are the state educational agency for the purposes of federal funding. Our schools are not really free of all the bureaucracy because they are public schools and they have to report on the federal funds and they have to comply with, as a state agency, all of the state requirements. They are not really free to, we hear a lot about autonomy and just let me run it the way I can and I can find, the reality is that that's not really true because there's a lot of things, to your point, for every dollar that is out there, we may be spending more time trying to adapt from this system, but you still gotta meet the requirements. So this is the issue that I think the commission has with our charter schools, and we get a lot of, not a lot, but sometimes some pushback from our schools saying, you're killing us with all this requirements and all that.
I think the point I'm making is that at some point, if we are going to start giving you more and more money, then maybe it should be not attached to the DOE, but be part of it, and just have the same oversight. If we give you money, then it should be the same process, because that's where we're headed.
Yeah.
Right? Because the ability to do what was initially sold to the legislature is not happening. So I think at some point we need to reevaluate the whole thing. And anyway, that's my comment.
Thank you.
You want to?
No, I appreciate the comments, and I think you're very perceptive about what the challenges have been over the years. And I think the commission and its staff struggle to do what we can to make things fit in a round hole at the square peg. I mean, it doesn't, I think that the idea of charter schools was a great one, but unfortunately, when we started it, we didn't really think through how you were going to create all these state agencies that you basically let go, just go and do, and then later on in 2012, when we reeled them all back in, now you've got people doing all kinds of stuff that are not exactly the way the state needs them to run. So the commission's been working really hard since 2012 when it was changed over to the commission and basically installed a regulatory model, which is what the commission is now, to try to herd the cats and get everything in an order that should, as a state agency, right? It should work that way, but there are a lot of things, that we struggle with.
Yeah, I know that we won't, figure it out this session or anytime soon, but I think that, all those, if it's going to evolve into something else, then we need to relook at it, is my point. Representative Ward.
Chair, thank you for that observation. Having been one of the old timers at the beginning, when there was charter schools, there was so much hope and promise. But I think the saying is that a horse is a camel designed by a committee, because we kept adding on in the bureaucracy, and I think your prognosis is correct. We're creating another DOE, we're duplicating it, we're just slowly kind of creeping up on it. And the question is this, what can we do to give you more freedom? The design was you're gonna be free of this. What would you suggest to this committee, if we could do something, what would you suggest?
The hard part is that we have a constitution that prohibits us from basically outsourcing public education dollars, right? If you truly wanted them to be their own entities and cut them loose from the state, then they're a private entity that has a contract with the state, and then we would be the folks that monitor the contracts. And then they live and die by how they spend their money, and they be accountable for the ultimate outcomes, which is the student achievement. But until that constitutional piece gets changed, our charter schools are always going to be state agencies, and our collective bargaining agreements, which are a lot of that requirements and the funding model, that's going to apply.
So there's no halfway house here, it's cut them loose entirely and contract out versus incremental,
Well, we can't
smaller?
contract them out because of the
I mean,
constitution.
I know, that was your first thing, we'll just cut loose. Aren't there smaller incremental things that can be done to give you more freedom and flexibility? Or is it like, it's the Constitution, all or nothing?
It's an interesting question, and I think we all have to figure out what it is that we really want to give these schools freedom of.
Okay.
Is it the financial requirements, or is it the academic model?
The
And
bureaucracy, freedom to excel with the students so they can become very
And
productive
maybe it's,
citizens.
you follow all the DOE processes for finances and facilities and all that, but your academic model, you're free to do that. Then maybe that's the answer, but I think, Chair, you're right, we're not gonna solve this problem, but it's something that we should think about.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair, for stirring the pot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Ayub. No, you're good. Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you very much for
Thank you,
your
everyone.
presentation today, and we look forward to working with you.
Absolutely, thank you so much.
We're adjourned. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna reconvene the Committee on Finance to hear our final presenter. It's Department of Health, HHSC. Please.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members of the committee. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Linda Rosa, and I'm the Chief Executive for the Hawaii Health Systems Corporation. And at the chair's suggestion, because we do have some new members, I put together a brief slide set to give you some background about HHSC. But before I start that, I just want to point out that there's quite a few members of my team here today. And we have my CFO, Ed Chu, and we have Mr. Dan Brinkman, who's the regional CEO for the East Hawaii region, Malia, who helps us with government affairs, and Derek Akiyoshi, and Sean Sonata from the Oahu region, and Mike Kamamoto from the Oahu region as well. And we may have some others joining us, but they're here to support our request, and also some of them will be providing their own information. So I'll get started, and first you can see our mission. And we're very proud of the work that we do in providing health care to the communities we serve. And I wanted to also provide you, you'll see on the third slide that says HHSC's history, a little bit about how we came to become the organization and where we are at today. So back in the day, as they say, you probably remember that the neighbor islands were primarily agricultural, very large plantations, and the plantation owners or the employers provided health care for the community. And so most of the health care, and even some on Oahu, was actually provided by the plantations. As the plantations closed down, and particularly on the neighbor islands, the counties stepped up to operate some of these facilities. But the counties struggled to maintain the services and to improve healthcare services. So in 1967, all these facilities were moved to the Department of Health under the DOH. And there they remained for a number of years. But there was evidence, of course, the budget kept increasing, as it still does, and the legislature in 1994 saw a path that would enable the hospitals to be a little bit more cost-effective, perhaps need less subsidy, and operate more like a healthcare business. So that Blue Ribbon Panel in 1994 resulted in the creation of Hawaii Health Systems Corporation under HRS 323F. And as it was originally created as a separate jurisdiction now, not part of the Department of Health, separate from the executive branch and its departments. You could think of it something like the University of Hawaii. We have control of our budget, we have control of our positions. However, we found when it was first started, the corporation was basically in control and governance was centralized. And there were conflicts between regions, with the regions and corporate. And in 2007, HRS 323 was amended to create the regional system of governance that we have today. Now, the regional boards at this point in time have complete control of their operations, their facilities, and really the destiny of their department, of their region, all the facilities in their region. And the corporate board is comprised of representatives from the different regions. The corporate board focuses on policy. The corporate office focuses on supporting the regions. They don't control what the operations in the regions at all. And on slide 6, there's a listing of all of our 5 regions. And you'll see the facilities that they operate. And also they operate outpatient clinics in addition to the hospitals. And you'll see that Maui, the note there, is that in 2017, the operation of Maui facilities, that's on Lanai, Kula, and Maui Memorial, the responsibility for their operation was transferred to Maui Health Systems. And under a lease, they're still owned by HHSC, but there is a 30-year lease with 2 potential 10-year extensions for Maui Health Systems. You'll also see at the bottom we have 2 affiliates to HHSC. We don't operate, I'm sorry, they're not part of our request. There's a separate request. There's a ceiling for community care and a separate request for Kahuku. Slide 7 is a pie chart, and basically that's just to show you the relative sort of size and services that each of our regions provides. You'll see that Maui region now is a very small slice, and what that represents is a small amount of funding that was provided at the time of transfer by the legislature to make up for their share of the corporate office, so that the other regions, wouldn't have to basically spend more. The way we request funding can be a little bit complicated. You'll see we have these HCH codes still, a remnant, if you will, from being part of the Department of Health. HTH 212 has been the lump sum appropriation that's been given each year for all of the regions. Recently, the Oahu region requested a separate appropriation, which they have been receiving, and so they are no longer part of HTH 212, but their funding will be under HTH 215. And I think you'll hear something about that in a while. There's also Maui Health Systems, which has their separate line item, and Kahuku Medical Center. The corporate activities are funded by all of the regions according to size, and their cost of the corporate office is about 2.5% of the total operating expenditures. The next slide is showing some of our accomplishments. We've also provided a written briefing written testimony for this briefing, and there we have a lot more details. But I just wanted to give you a small sample and to really give credit to our regions for producing 5-star, 4-star facilities, even under the challenging conditions that they face. And also the last bullet item is important because I want you to know that we work very, very hard to collect all of the revenues that we are due, so that our request for assistance in funding is as small as we can make it by working hard on what we can do. We have a lot of challenges, and I'll go through some of them. Of course, we appreciate the funding, but having to come to the legislature every year for necessary funding, and we couldn't possibly plan on 2 years, more than 2 years on funding, and recently it's only been 1 year because we come in for supplemental funding. So that makes it very, very difficult to plan business operations. And of course, we have aging facilities. That's not something I probably have to go into detail for you on. And also remember, some of our hospitals in rural areas, they're very small-scale operations, which are costly to maintain. And we have a need for capital investment. That's pretty important with, ever-changing medical technology. But again, with those tight margins, it's very difficult to free up capital to start new services, bring new services to the community. The other challenges we face are in our payer mix. Of course, we're proud that we provide services to all of our patients, and due to the wisdom of the legislature in this state, we have a very low percentage of uninsured patients in our state, which is great. On the other hand, a high proportion of the patients that HHSC serves are covered by Medicare and Medicaid, which are the lowest payers of all the insurance that can be provided, and we have smaller amounts from HMSA and Kaiser, which are better. And Medicaid particularly often does not cover the cost of providing services. And I'm sure you're aware that it's a challenge that the population, the baby boomer generation that I belong to, is now coming in and needing more services. And all of our hospitals across the state are very, very full, very strained, and it's not due to the pandemic. Also, and this may sound kind of trite, but we're not in a position to raise our charges in order to make up the money. It's just not possible in healthcare. We are fixed in our reimbursement, and we certainly don't want to send people surprise bills or something like that with increased charges. The last thing on challenges talks about our high fringe benefit rate. If some of you may not be familiar with that, 63%. The major thing that drives that rate so high is, and it is set by Budget and Finance with permission from the federal government, but it is meant to collect funds to offset the unfunded liability in the retiree health plan. And it has gone up and up and up recently. We did get a break during the pandemic. We're not exactly sure where it will end up this year, but that makes a huge, huge difference for us. And you also would note that although as a separate jurisdiction, we have one vote in collective bargaining, it's not enough to ever really make much of a difference. And we are part of the HGA UPW master settlements. And one of the things that some of you may not be aware of that's particularly challenging is one of the major reasons why we have to come and ask for significant funding is that unlike the executive branch departments, we are not automatically funded for that fringe benefit or for collective bargaining. You will see bills for collective bargaining, but if you notice carefully, for HHSC, it will be marked B funds, special funds. That means that we have to come up with the funding, and it's not being provided by the legislature, which is not the case for all of the executive departments. But the good news, really, is that we have been able to come up with some of that funding. But slide 15 I wanted to share with you because I think it's the bar graph in red and green because it really tells an important story of why HHSC struggles to expand our services, that many of whom are needed, or even maintain our services, and that is because our personnel costs are so high. And again, it's not because we pay our employees more, which we wish we could, but it has to do with this 63% rate. So you'll see the red bar is us, and our personnel costs eat up more than 80% of our revenues. For the private sector, you'll see the hospital median in green is 55%. And of course, everything you do in healthcare until they invent, I guess, robot nurses and everything, we have to have people, and we have to have highly trained people as well. Which reminds me, I think I might have skipped a slide about the workforce on the neighbor islands, but I think everybody's heard a lot about the workforce shortages in healthcare, and we really struggle on the neighbor islands because of the high cost of living, and it's also that we don't have training programs for people to acquire these skills. So slide 16, I know it's pretty small, I'm sure it's a little small, but this is an important slide because you'll see that our funding request is pretty large. And you may wonder why in the world we would suddenly have to come in and ask for so much money on top of what we've previously gotten. But this slide, if you sort of follow along, will tell some of the story. And it starts in 2019, when our total state funding for operations was about $118 million. And at that time, that would be, this is for HTH 212, that would include Oahu, that would be the 4 regions. And then you'll see that it went up in 2020, and it went up in 2021, and was as high as 127 in general funds in 2021. However, you'll see in 2022, the general funds dropped to 92 million. And I'm big round numbers, okay? And they dropped. And what happened was ARPA funds, federal funds, were used to make up the difference, something we call supplanting. It's not usually the way we look at supplanting, but the general funds that were part of our base were supplanted with federal funds. And then every increase that we got thereafter was federal funds, or in the case of, there was one general fund appropriation for the Oahu region for fiscal year 2023, but that was marked as non-recurring. So basically, the Oahu region has a zero base at this point because of that. So the BNF recommendation on the right at 84 million was actually lower than what you'll see in the base because there was a $8 million switch that was made with Maui that needs to be restored. But in any case, in our whole the narrative, the written testimony, you can see all the detail behind this. But the bar graph also on the next slide is another picture, basically, of how we've needed increased funding, and none of this increase has actually been in general funds. And in fact, if you go back to 2019, you'll see that it was more than what our base is today. And then the next slide, I wanted to include, because I really wanted to emphasize how hard all of the HHSC folks have been doing both at the corporate and regional level to maximize our return on our services, to chase every dollar. We've recently worked very hard on a new HST contract, which I think we did pretty well with. We just don't sit back and wait for money. But you can see this is a graph actually of the East Hawaii region. The blue is the revenues that they themselves generated. The red is the gap that we have come to ask for. So the next slide is the very sad slide, number 19, which is what the cash flow projection for fiscal year 2024 would be if we did not get anything above our base. And that's a pretty dire picture, 10 days cash on hand, accounts payable of over 100 days. Our vendors wouldn't stick with us under those circumstances. And so in conclusion, I hope I've painted the picture of how important our services are, but also how very dependent we are on our personnel and how we really cannot cut costs without cutting personnel, which means cutting services. We just don't have enough any other way, and if we had to reduce services, it would be up to the regional boards to decide what exactly in their regions they would cut. However, I'd like to think that you would agree with me that the healthcare services that we provide are critical and that they should be sustained and even grown. So I hope you'll give our request your best consideration. Mahalo. And we're all here for questions. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll open up the questions now. Members, any questions? Okay, Representative Garrett.
Hey, Dr. Rosen. Chair, just for your awareness, I actually had the pleasure of serving on the corporate board of HHSC about 10 years ago under Governor Abercrombie, and was actually on the personnel committee, and we offered the position to Dr. Rosen back then. So hopefully you haven't regretted accepting that job.
No, I
But
haven't. It's been a privilege.
one of the things we talked about back then was public-private partnerships. We saw what happened with Kaiser on Maui. Are you guys exploring anything with the other regions for a private partner to help you guys out with your financial situation?
Well, that's a great question, Representative Garrett, and it was a pleasure serving with you a short time on the board, and I appreciate your background in healthcare as you come to this committee. As I mentioned previously, every region, is sort of in charge of their own destiny, and although it's not necessarily the same thing as Maui, there has been a lot of work with the West Hawaii region with Queens, and they have developed some clinical integration and some other things that I think are really helping the services. I don't know, Clayton is here. You want to say anything else about that?
Yeah, exactly it.
Come on up.
For the TV audience.
Hi, my name's Clayton McGann. I'm the CEO for the West Hawaii region, and that's a great question and appreciate it. We have been working in collaboration with many different entities. Queens is one of them, where physician integration is the focus. How do we really, from a grassroots effort, build the service lines as much as we can to meet the needs of the community? So as far as partnerships, public-private partnerships go, there has been no real substantive discussion as it relates to that, but we believe that we can address a lot of the needs of the communities by building the strong partnerships and collaboration between what service lines are needed and how we can best address those collaboratively. Hopefully that answers your question.
It does, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Rosen, thank you for staying the course. I've been off the Finance Committee for a few years, but I can remember asking you, and I'm going to ask you the same question. Every year there's an emergency appropriation, and every year we get promised, well, it's going to go down, it's going to disappear. What's the latest status of the emergency appropriation?
We do not anticipate, we are not prepared, we have not prepared. We don't need an emergency appropriation this year, and we have not needed an emergency appropriation for the last 5 years, I think? 4? At least 4 or 5.
That's exactly how long I've been off this committee. That is good news.
Sorry you missed it.
It's good news, because in the beginning, there was almost and I'm kind of doing what the chair did earlier today. In the beginning, when it was formed, it was going to be almost break even. Not necessarily to make a profit, but it was going to be like, hey, these are going to be self-sufficient, break even, the public-private partnerships. Everything was really like gung-ho, but Now it's more, have you reached kind of the steady as you go, or are there any surprises we're gonna have?
Well, I hope there won't be any surprises as long as we get enough funding this year. But so far, I think we've been able to navigate. We do try to operate as much as possible, you know, as the private healthcare industry does. We have our challenges. And in terms of being able to break even, I think the slide I showed you with our personnel costs, for some of our regions, we actually would break even if our personnel costs were similar to the private sector.
Coming closer to that. In the meantime, though, there's, I guess, the expectation that if it's not immediate, it's something that's coming down the line. Is there going to be a Maui Memorial merger of sorts with the private sector? Is there any discussions with any of the hospitals of?
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, basically the way that, was it Queens took over the Maui Memorial?
No, it's actually,
Or-
it's called Maui Health Systems, but it's Kaiser.
Oh, sorry, Kaiser. I know they initially had their
Yeah,
foot
yeah,
in there.
yeah.
Are there any more discussions like that?
Not
Or-
right now, no.
Nothing immediate that's
No.
coming. The other thing you mentioned, hey, we've got a crisis at the hospital. It's not COVID, but we got people who are not trained. Then you said, and this was the thing, you said, well, we don't have training programs available. Don't we have a UH nursing program, or are you talking about some other kind of training?
We don't have sufficient training programs.
You're not
I should
getting
say, of
enough
course.
nurses,
And I
is that
think
it?
that, you know, there's going to be some bills, some things to try to enhance that. There's many reasons why the training slots are not necessarily adequate. So for nursing, that's expanding our ability to train. And we've been doing some things within our own facilities to help to bring people up to where we need them to be. But the other thing is we have many other specialized types of, for instance, occupational therapists. There's not a school of occupational therapy in Hawaii. And, you know, I mean, we have a lot of needs, and I'm particularly talking about the neighbor islands. And I know from my previous experience with EMS and MICTs, folks need to come, they need to come for training and clinical. It's very hard to leave for some of these folks to leave their community. So if there were more training programs in the communities, I think we could grow more of our own staff.
Isn't that where governors are grown, in those neighbor island small clinics? Sorry. Any reference to, but in terms of the nursing, though, what percentage of our nurses are the fly-in contract nurses versus the ones that are here for
It
permanent?
varies by region. I could ask Dan, you have
What's a ballpark
a
figure?
10 to 15%.
Which is kind of normal, I would think, probably, right?
Well, you know, in the past, it was a way to sort of deal with what we call census staffing, right? Where sometimes you're busy, sometimes you're not. And, you know, you can use a fly-in staff when you're very busy. But we've gotten to the point where we're busy all the time, and we just have to rely on that staff because we don't have enough here. And it's true, like, pretty much of all the facilities, I think.
Like HST.
And it's not
teachers.
just nurses.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Representative Kobayashi?
These numbers are make-believe numbers from EGA's administration. What would be your request, real numbers to cover your operating losses?
Well, we do have in this part, right, the written part. If you turn to the, I think it's the 5th page, you'll see this right here. Got the two columns. And actually what it does is gets you to the total that we need, which is an additional 140 million in fiscal year '24 and 151 million in '25.
Okay.
And the breakdown for there's about 10 items there that break that request, some of which I just tried to describe, the ARPA funds, the non-recurring funds. There's also another line there you'll see, Representative, that during the pandemic, there was an increase in what we call the uncompensated care funds, which, as you know, has to do with the Medicaid and general fund appropriation. So that's going to be reduced. So you'll see that we are anticipating that it's somewhere here.
So it's about 140 and
Almost, yeah, 19 million of it. Yeah.
140, is it 19 million? Oh.
It's in there,
19
yeah,
million is
it's in there.
included.
Yeah,
So 140 and 150.
yeah,
Thank you.
sure.
Okay. And the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Rosen. I have a question about Leahi Hospital in Maluhia, and I've heard that it's not fully filled or utilized, and I'm just wondering what the status is of both of those, what's happening there, what's, I guess, how are you using those two facilities now, and what's the future look like for both Leahi and Maluhia?
Wow, well, that's a great question, but I'm going to defer to the administrators for the Oahu region, which are responsible for those facilities. So thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, chairs, vice chairs, and committee members. My name is Derek Akiyoshi, the CEO for the Oahu region of HHSC. So with regard to your question, some of our available spaces are being improved as we speak. And so a lot of the open areas are unfortunately in disrepair because they had been vacant for so many years. And so we are working to improve some of the spaces. What we've done is to consolidate our operations into the Young Building, which is a multi-story, 5-story building, and provide all of our internal care in that building and open up additional spaces in some of our other buildings. And so we can provide new programs there. So an example being we have an arrangement with the Department of Health, Hawaii State Hospital, in which we opened initially a 6-patient pilot program for Hawaii State Hospital patients that were actually eligible for and more appropriately cared for in the community versus the acute hospital. And since then, in December 2019, it's grown to a 28-bed facility. And so we have patients kind of cycling through that, many of which have actually gone to lower levels of care, so very successful in that sense. And others have, in essence, needed to go back to admission in the state hospital. So that's an ongoing thing. So we're in the process of working with the Department of Health to increase the size of that program. So that would be an example. At Maluhia, we were dealing for the past 3 years with the COVID crisis. And for both facilities, what we had to do is kind of keep open units in the event that we had a number of COVID patients within our facility. This is, primarily at the time where vaccines were unavailable. So because of the unknown factors and effects of COVID, we kept units open to accommodate any patients with that came down with it. Fortunately, we've had just a handful of residents that acquired or were infected with the virus, and that was the 2022. So we're in the process of opening up those units to once again consider additional uses for them.
So at both Leahi and Maluhia, what would you say is like the percentage of full usage? Like right now, are you at like 50%? Like, because you said there's areas that are closed, right, that can't be used. So if it were running at 100% like it's supposed to be, where are we now?
So I would say with the usable space, we're at approximately 75 to 80%
At both
utilized. We do have spaces available that are going to require improvement in order for us to be able to utilize them efficiently.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Representative Ward.
Jeff, may I have another? I want to hear another good news from Dr. Rosen. Dr. Rosen, one of the other bones of contention was the aging of your payables. They were millions of dollars outstanding. What does it look like now, outstanding balance, and what have you done, and what is the aging of it? How many haven't paid in 90
Well, our
days, 60
accounts
days?
payable are pretty good right now. About 35 days.
What did you do? That's great to hear.
I just, no, I'm kidding. We demand, no, everybody's worked hard. Everybody has worked hard. I'm very proud of the organization and the responsibility that they've shown. And we've been in a pretty good space. The funding that we've received has enabled us to be very stable. And our only concern now is, as I said, now that the federal, that tranche of money is gone, that we be allowed to maintain our momentum.
So people are paying their bills and you're collecting it. That is really.
Well, you know, we call it revenue cycle, and it's a big chase the dollars game in healthcare, right? You know, I think everybody knows. So it takes a lot of effort, expertise, and all, but our regions are working very, very hard on that, and I think it shows with our increasing revenues, which is why we actually defray a fair amount of this fringe and collective bargaining through our revenues. But the number is so big that we still have to ask for some help.
Thank you for the good news.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Chair Bellotti.
Thank you. Further follow-up question for Oahu Region.
Let me get this stuff out of here.
And it's a follow-up question to Vice Chair Kitagawa. She asked about what was the future of Leahi and Maluhia looking like. And I have been away from this area of legislation for a while. So, and I don't know that some of our finance members, newer finance members, understand that actually one of the things in transition is that the Oahu region is being returned, as I understand it, to DOH, Department of Health. So can you comment on that and how that might impact fiscal considerations? Again, it might not be reflective in some of the testimony in front of us, but the status of that would be, I think, important for committee members to understand.
So very briefly, over the past couple of years, we've had efforts to move the Oahu region from HHSC into the Department of Health. In 2021, we did a study with the Department of Health and basically did a cost analysis and operational analysis of the transition, and it became evident that it was financially too difficult to accomplish the task because of the amount of cost that would be involved in the initial transition and the ongoing costs to maintain the transition. And so hopefully, fortunately for HHSC, the Oahu region will remain as part of the system versus transition to the Department of Health. We're working with the Department of Health on legislation with regard to the change in the upcoming session.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Kobayashi.
As I recall, the cost was something like 10 or 11 million was the cost to transition.
Right. So the initial transition cost was, I think you're correct, in the $10 million range. And the ongoing costs to maintain it would have been between $4 and $6 million as years progressed.
Are those numbers still valid?
They are.
Part of that was precipitated by how would you say, inquiry about a public-private partnership for Oahu that was, how would you say, denied or never really followed through with. Is there, to go back to a prior question, is there still any interest in doing some sort of public-private partnership for Oahu?
There may be in the future, but because our focus over the last few years has been with the Department of Health as a public-public kind of partnership, we haven't really looked into that situation into any detail.
But as I understand it, that inquiry was made outside of Department of Health, not Department of Health seeking a partner.
Yeah, at the time, it was prior to our discussions with the Department of Health. So.
But as of right now, no active discussions about any sort of public-private partnership?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Representative Garrett?
Sorry, thank you, Chair. Dr. Rosen, I know we're focusing today on your general fund appropriation request to cover the next 2 years, FY '24 and '25. Can you speak a little bit about the entire system's CIP needs
Sure.
in that period?
Let's see. I think, I don't know if you have the Form S that has all the CIP requests, and then it has the governor's decision. Is there anything specifically that you wanted to ask? You can see that we have, I think everybody may have heard about the East Hawaii request. Okay, oh, sorry, it's table 15 for you then, in our, yeah, in your testimony. So we have a number of projects for each of the regions that we did request. And the governor's budget provided a lump sum of $12 million for HTH 212 for fiscal year '24, 15.5 for '25. Also provided in HTH 215, I believe, $3 million for the Oahu region in both years. And then $50 million for Hilo Medical Center, ICU and expansion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Representative Kanaloa.
Mahalo, Chair. Just a follow-up question on Table 15 and the CIP request, just to be sure, just clarification on any requests or support for Kona Community Hospital and if that is encumbered in the general budget versus in a CIP request.
For projects, construction projects, right?
Yes.
Yes, so there is some detail on the West Hawaii requests, but right now what's in the, and that we provided in our request, but what the governor's budget shows now is a lump sum. And we have in the past been given lump sum, at which point the regions then decide how much they're going to each get for their particular projects. I don't know if that answers your question.
Not quite, and because the governor has roots and connectivity to Kona, I think it behooves us to call out specifically that that request is for Kona Community Hospital, only because they have needs.
Right.
And that represents my district, so I need to support our hospital, and Clayton and Judy who are here in the room and others. So is there a reason it's just encumbered in a lump? Because to me, that could signal, oh, if we have to make cuts, we can make cuts on the lump and not on the specific facilities that have those requested needs.
When we submit our budget, and that's the detail that I was alluding to, each of the regions do submit specific requests. So for instance, under HTH 212, we have Kona Community Hospital Pharmacy, Kona Community Hospital lump sum risk of closure infrastructure. So those have been requested in the budget, but they're not actually funded in the governor's budget. So we still have the whole session to hopefully pursue that funding. So thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Dr. Rosen. I don't know if your accounting system allows for this, but have you been able to delineate what your services are to the homeless population and know what the cost of that might be? I'm trying to see how much of a problem is going on you rather than, say, Queens and the others that are paying a huge price.
Right. It isn't something that we've really looked at the corporate level, but maybe some of the regions, I mean, definitely there's a cost, but I don't know if any of the regional CEOs.
Do any of you have any numbers or percentages? You know, like Queens was like 90, 100, I mean, a huge amount of money.
So aloha, I'm Dan Brinkman. I'm the CEO for East Hawaii Region. Hi, Chair and Vice Chair and committee members. But to your question about have we quantified specifically what the financial impact is of homeless care, the short answer is no. I mean, the reason we say that is it impacts across many services. You can have someone who's homeless or underhoused, and the amount of services that we have to put with them really varies from patient to patient. Our Medicaid population is, I think, is pretty consistent across our regions, around 30%. And so certainly, actually a lot of our homeless have Medicaid, and so that is somewhat of a proxy for, you know, getting an estimation of what the impact is. If I had to put a number on it, I would say at least 15% of the cost of what we provide, especially in the more acute areas, is dedicated to our homeless population. And the reason I would say that is because we take everyone. And we also have a responsibility to safely discharge them and make sure they have the appropriate services when they leave, or we keep them in our hospitals. So it is an enormous impact, and definitely it's not something that's really thought about when you say homeless. The healthcare system bears a lot of it, but we do.
Let me euphemize that. Let's call it emergency room services. Have those been steady, increased, up, down? Any fentanyl report that you can slip in there of what we hear
that's
nationwide?
That's a lot of questions there. We have seen an uptick in fentanyl use and overdoses, and that I think is becoming, I don't want to overstate an epidemic, but we've certainly seen quite a rise in it. I don't know if we've seen some of that more on the west side too, but that's definitely something we're going to have to deal with. And we're getting a lot of questions about what are we doing to help counteract or treat some of the underlying causes. So I could go on and on with this discussion if you'd like, but
It's probably going to get worse is the point. The fact that the Big Island just discovered it, that it's coming through the U.S. postal system evidently, and the overdosing, and I suppose you have a big supply of Narcan and other sorts of things.
Suboxone, yes. I have some in my back. Yes, we do. We have quite
Could
the
you
supply.
demonstrate it to us?
No, sir. No, thanks. Anything else I could answer while I'm up here?
Representative Kila, followed by Kobayashi.
Mahalo, Chair. Can you clarify when you say problem on the west side? Can you give me specific areas?
I
please?
cannot. I would have to pass that off to my colleague, Clayton McGann
Okay,
here.
I
Yes.
just want to clarify because you might be referencing West Hawaii Island, but I don't want people to assume west side communities anywhere in the state.
No,
without a
I
specific
wasn't
area.
alluding to
Thank
that.
you.
Yeah, okay.
Good defense, there it is.
Okay.
Good defense.
Thank you.
All right.
Representative Kobayashi.
Yeah.
Clarification, you said 15% of your expenses could be attributed to homeless? Or what, is that 15% of your total expenditures or your ER expenditures?
Actually, I think you could say our total. And the
Really?
reason I say that is that a patient will come into the emergency room needing those services, and you get them perhaps their acute issue handled, but in many cases it's not really okay to discharge them to the street or back to their homeless condition. So then they stay with us, and we house them for sometimes days or months. We have patients who've been in our hospital for over a year that started out as homeless. So yes, I think that's absolutely not an exaggeration.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I have a couple. You know the $50 million request that you have, does that represent the completion, or is it a percentage of what the project?
That represents a completion. So the request is for construction funds. We did get CIP to do the design, and we've had cost estimations. The designs are actually at 95%, and we'll be going to the Hawaii County here in January. So it's not, sometimes you come in stages, but this would fund the project. And when we say it's shovel-ready, it really is. Environmental studies, traffic studies, all those things those boxes have been checked. So if we are fortunate enough to be funded, we're looking at a move-in sometime in early '26, which is pretty quick for a big project.
Okay. So this is, after this appropriation, then capital improvement as far as new structures is done?
You're building a box, but yes, that's a very fair question. The short answer for this type of build, absolutely, because the hospital itself was the frame of the building. The house per se is the exact same since 1985. So we're asking to build a wing on it, and this is designed to cover us for at least the next 15 years. So I'm sure you'll remember if we came back later. Yes, sir. All right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, go ahead.
Go ahead, no, you
Representative-
finish up. I was for Dr. Rosen, that's.
Okay, I'll finish with, Mr. Brinkman, could you stay just 1 minute? So, my question on a different subject now. So my understanding is, and I might be wrong because I just heard this, is that the region set up something different to deal with the physicians and how you funded to get, so you wouldn't have to deal with fringe on the physicians. Is that true?
Yeah, that's, so I can just take us a bit.
And if you could
but I
explain
can-
how that works.
Sure, absolutely. So what we've set up is and excuse me if I get technical here, but a captive 501c3 nonprofit professional liability corporation. So basically, all our physicians and our nurse practitioners and others, those that have contracts with us and provide for Medicare and Medicaid, those are our distinctions, are part of that corporation. And most of these individuals make very high salaries, right? So, so if you put a 60% fringe on a $500,000 salary, obviously that's extremely expensive. And that also then, from a care perspective, limits how many physicians you can hire because of the cost. So I think this was almost 4 years ago, we formed the 501c3 that's still part of HHSC and is still supervised and, I guess, run by our regional board. And we moved all of our providers into that LLC, right? And so what they then do is provide services for our state organization, and in return, it's basically we provide all the services, staff, and everything that they need, and they assign their revenues to us, so it's a pass-through. And it's worked quite well for us. I think that it's allowed us to, I guess on average, for every 3 or 4 docs we moved in, we were able to afford another. So it's been pretty significant. But I think one thing that we really have seen has been a big benefit is we're able to offer the flexibility in compensation and in what we call their 401ks and others. Most of our providers don't plan to stay in the state system for 20 years, and they come and they go. They want you to give them a private market benefit package, and that's really helped in the recruitment area. And that's been huge on the neighbor islands because you have to compete even more strongly on a neighbor island than you do, say, in Oahu.
Okay, thank you. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Ayu, followed by Kobayashi.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm going back to the chart that you had on page 15, Dr. Rosen. And it's follow up on Chair's questions, but is the chart trying to say that we're paying more for healthcare than had the private sector just provided the same services?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and do you have any, besides what we're just talking about, any other strategies to reduce the cost to get it a little bit more in line?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's really, from my perspective, of course, and because we have to come in and ask for so much money to cover the fringe, I have to say I wish that the legislature would appropriate money to cover the fringe, and then we would have a more reasonable personnel cost. That would sort of be a wish, because this is really rough on us. And we also don't even know exactly what it will be. Frankly, one of the reasons we're doing pretty well is that it dropped down during the pandemic, which enabled us to cover services. So it's a pretty tough situation, and I think it is something that should be considered because our neighbor island communities need more services, but it costs us more to provide them. But if nobody else is going to do it, we do it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Kobayashi. You got a question? I can come back to you. Okay.
The original thought of a healthcare corporation included greater separation between civil service and the corporation. But when we were developing legislation for this, it was concluded that unless we maintain the civil service status, we would have likely no chance of passing the reorganization bill for the hospitals.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea of separating out the hospital staff from civil service has been with us from day one. And I will tell you something that probably no one in this room knows, but within the 24-hour, within the 48-hour lay on the table period prior to final approval of the original 1996 bill for HHSC, 2 people came to me and wanted to kill the bill. Those 2 people were on my advisory staff for that bill. One of them was the Hilo medical director, and the other one was the head of the Healthcare Association, then called the Hospital Association. And they simply said, kill the bill. We can't live with the civil service staff. So over the years, prior to and after the creation of HSSC, there were a number of suggestions about what to do, none of which have, to my knowledge, ever been seriously pushed. One of them, of course, would be to increase the number of votes you have in the collective bargaining process. To my knowledge, no one has ever seriously broached that. Another one would be some sort of either separation as now exists with East Hawaii region. And essentially, I think that unless you deal with the difference between 60% fringe benefit and literally half that in the private sector, you're doomed to coming here year after year and asking for huge, huge operating subsidies.
Yes, I understand, and I've actually read the Blue Ribbon Panel report and everything, and I do understand that that was not to change the personnel character, if you will, for HHSC rather than civil service was recommended, but it didn't turn out that way. And, you know, I think that the thing that we experience is that it's, you know, I'm a government worker. I'm not against the unions. I'm not against any of that. But I can certainly say as a physician that healthcare is not normal government work. Okay? We do it in our state. I'm very proud of our state that we have supported these hospitals as public hospitals. But as a public health person, I'll tell you that government should only be providing healthcare when no one else will do it. And that's the way it kind of started out. But now it's just sort of perpetuating itself this way. And so I don't know what the answer is, but I think you're raising a very good point, because there isn't really enough money to go around for all the needs of our society, right? So it's a little discouraging to think that we could do it more efficiently and provide the same high level of care. So I hope there's a way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Lamsong, followed by IU, followed by Vice Chair.
Hi, Dr. Rosen. I just had a quick question. I've been noticing there's several pages on your vacancies for positions. I just want to know the status of filling those vacancies, or are you looking to remove some of these positions, things like that?
Oh, thank you for the question, Representative. So I'm not sure exactly, but I know that we put in something every year on our vacancies. And most of the vacancies that we show, I think, are ones that we are recruiting for. But the essential point is that we have position control. So we don't need, there's not any point in converting vacancies, if you will, to other purposes, the way you may see in the executive branch departments. So sometimes we don't always abolish positions that are vacant and all that, but for the most part, if we have vacancies, we're trying to fill them. And we're not trying to shift personnel money for other purposes. Does that help? Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Representative IU.
Go ahead.
Questions? Okay, Vice Chair.
Thank you. This is just a follow-up to some of the questions that Chair and Rep. Kobayashi had mentioned, and mainly about what you mentioned about the 501c3. If it's been successful in East Hawaii, is there discussion for doing it in other regions, or?
At this time, all of our physicians are under 501c3s, both the West Hawaii region and Kauai. Each one has a similar situation. And I think it's been, particularly useful for physicians, as Mr. Brinkman mentioned. They're not looking to get, a benefit after 30 years of service. And so it was very, very difficult. And I guess just to be frank, I think that it's been successful, and it hasn't been anything that has really attracted negative attention at this point. And I feel it's defensible because of these very high-cost employees that we have. It's really not what civil service was meant for. We don't even have civil service, as positions for a lot of the kinds of employees that we have. But I know that, well, for instance, with the Maui privatization, that was a very, very big issue in terms of potentially reducing the civil service workforce. So, yes, it could save money, but whether it's politically feasible, I'm not sure.
So the way it works right now is that there are, the people who are currently employed by the state are, within the state system, and then it's new physicians who are coming in who then get put under the 501c3.
We actually did convert some. I believe Mr. Brinkman, he had some who had been there quite a long time, and they may have stayed with the state position. They were given a choice.
I think I can, thank you, Vice Chair. I think I can elaborate a bit. So, without getting too into the weeds, you have exempt and non-exempt employees. So we had exempt state payroll physicians that we had actually about 8 or 9 of them, and we gave them the option to grandfather in and stay in the state system as an exempt employee, and then everyone else who came in would be hired in the 501c3. And for the most part, they did stay, but the numbers have declined over the last 4 or 5 years. I think we only have 4 or 5 left, and everyone new comes into the system. As far as employees that had traditionally been doing work already performed by civil servants per the statute, we really can't convert them without, I think, legislation. So these only affected exempt employees.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. My last question. Dr. Rosen, macro question, economics. Are hospitals making any money anywhere in this particular day and age? And how is Maui doing with Kaiser in particular?
Are hospitals making money anywhere? Well, I can't necessarily speak to the whole industry. I understand, I read the usual things, and certainly there are for-profit hospitals that make money, but and in Hawaii we don't have any of those. And nonprofit hospitals, when you say do they make money, well, that really depends how you define that. They make enough money to keep going, to increase their services, to do different things, but of course that all goes then into their cash reserves.
But aren't most hospitals nonprofits, generally speaking?
Yeah, I'm not sure the total percentage statewide, but in Hawaii they are.
But I thought it was nationwide, actually, because of federal
Anybody
funds
know?
and other sort of thing.
Most
No?
of them are. Most of them are, yeah.
Nationwide.
So
But
how's Maui doing?
Maui's doing quite well, in my opinion. I mean,
Kaiser's
they're-
happy.
I speak with Mr. Rembus, their CEO, from time to time, and, hospital administrators, they're never really happy, right? They have so many challenges. But, and we speak about challenges, we still have property up at Kula, so I met with him recently about that. But I think in terms of our mission, which is still our mission for Maui region as well, we are delivering the mission in the sense that there are high-quality services there, they're cost-effective, they're managing it, they've grown some services, they've brought in some good specialists. So I think it's been quite successful from the community's perspective. And certainly our ask would be much, much bigger if Maui region were still operated by HHSC.
Thank you for your service. Thank you, guys.
Representative Kaula.
Thank you, Chair.
Mahalo, Chair. I just wanted to see if Kona Community Hospital would like to just share some of their CIP requests and some of the, risk to closure needs, if possible.
Sure.
Thank you, Clayton.
Thank you for the question. I'm happy, by the way. I just thought I'd point that out. Despite all the challenges, Kona Community Hospital right now, we're faced with a lot of infrastructure issues. A lot of it comes down to deferred maintenance that's taken place year over year. And so right now we're really faced with a couple different items. Our pharmacy expansion, we need to be able to compound drugs and offer those. That increase has gone up to finish that project out because of inflation and other issues. So part of our CIP request is $2.3 million, which is part of the total request for HHSC. It's in there. We just want to make sure it gets noticed. And central utility, our plant has some issues. Failing infrastructure, again, going back to that, I get calls and texts in the middle of the night where we have our chiller tower that needs to be fixed. Our HVAC system, something's going down, and we continue to put Band-Aids on these items and trying to fix them as best we can, calling in maintenance, but a lot of times we can't even find the parts because they're so old and outdated. So there's a lot of those kind of challenges that we're faced with, and that's why we are really focused to get our need this session. So hopefully that answers your question.
Mahalo, and congratulations on your new appointment.
Thank you very much, Representative Keela, followed by Kobayashi.
Thank you, Chair. And maybe this is an open question to any one of the executives. I'm a firm believer when we talk about health that it's not four corners in a hospital. And I think about especially the communities that are challenged in my district where sometimes healthcare is a barrier. Are you folks expanding into different areas when we look at healthcare regarding to food access, housing inequity, and access to some of these, access to equality care? If anyone wants to take a crack at it.
That's a very timely question, and I'm part of a larger national organization, and that has been a big question for hospitals. Is health, food security, social needs really part of health? And so I can just share some with us. We do have a partnership with our Hope Services, which is I don't know if you're familiar with them, but they provide homeless services in Hawaii County. And we do that where we're not completely into, I guess, their arena and responsibility, but for those of our patients that basically need medical housing or transitional housing, we have a partnership with them where they basically operate homes, and we pay for those medical transition beds, similar to what Oahu has been doing some with the behavioral health patients, to get them stable enough and over their particular medical illness. So say they have a wound. They really don't need to be in a hospital, but they can't just be anywhere. They need clean, appropriate housing. So we actually pay for that bed for a limited amount of time. Hope Services manages the bed, and then as the patient gets to that point where they can, because they won't discharge to the street, they'll find them non-medical transition housing, and so we have this pipeline. That's for us, it's almost a $500,000 a year investment. But what that translates for us is that they're not in our beds, and as we mentioned, we're over capacity. So it actually works from a financial perspective. So we are doing some things, but it's a big problem. It is.
No, and I appreciate when you're intentional with language and using it as an investment and not an expense.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for being intentional on some of those things.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Representative Kobayashi.
This is for Kona. That $500,000 for study for relocating the hospital, how is that going?
It's going quite well. We have a RFP out. We have 5 to 6 vendors identified, and that process is moving forward. We of course would love a new hospital, and this is really the first step for us to identify, number one, what does that hospital look like? What are the needs of the community? And then once we know that, then we can determine, depending on growth and size of where we expect it to go, where the site should be. So that's where we're at currently.
So when is the report expected? Before next legislative session?
Yes, we anticipate we actually have a meeting next week to discuss the vendors, start that process, and it can take anywhere from 6 months to get the report completed, a thorough report, and we hope to have that before the year's end.
As you know, the idea of relocating the Kona Hospital has been around since the 1980s.
I'm aware.
And unfortunately, the longer we keep it at its current location, the harder the harder it is to move and the more costly. For many years, there's been some effort to try to do that in some piecemeal setting, that is, not do the entire hospital relocation, you know. And does the $500,000 study include the possibility of maybe a component by component relocation?
With the study, it really is whatever we would like it to be as far as the needs assessment. The needs assessment is going to determine really what the focus is what does that hospital look like? How does that give the care needed for the community for a 10, 15, 20-year period, even further out? What size is that? What services are offered? That's the focus. Now, when we talk about the current hospital, we realize, as I stated, the failing infrastructure. But we can't forget about those infrastructure needs while we try to determine where and what a new hospital might look like. That could take 10 years. And then all of a sudden we have, in this ask, $18.5 million CIP request for failing infrastructure. Well, that's to make sure that it's shored up while we determine what that new hospital might look like and where it might be.
I mean, the problem here is that a new hospital for Kona might cost $400, $500, $600 million.
Correct.
And you're not going to get that in one fell swoop. So I think you have to move component by component. And if your study is not going to have that as an option, I think the study is worthless.
Well, I think that...
Unless you're going to get a magic wand and come up with $500 million.
Well, that's what we'd like, right? I think we'd all like that. So you're right. It is. We have to look at it in many different ways and determine, okay, how best to do this? What does this look like? Realizing that there are funding limitations and address it then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Vice Chair.
Can I have the Oahu region again? So I'm just thinking about different things as Mr. Brinkman shared about their partnership with Hope Services in Hilo, and I'm just wondering what kinds of partnerships are happening on Oahu, and because earlier it said, I think it was 75 or so percentage was utilized at Maluhia and Leahi, so with that 25%, is there a possibility to use it for transitional housing or other kinds of services that, whether it's people who are homeless or, coming out of substance abuse or whatever it might be, that could it be utilized, and do you have that kind of partnerships with nonprofit organizations?
Okay, thank you for the question. I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Sean Sanada. I'm the Chief Admin Officer for the Oahu region. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Health Chair, committee members. To answer your question, we have been focusing on the Department of Health transition for the last several years. And the whole point of doing that in the first place was so that we could have these partnerships and develop services in the lines that you just mentioned. Now, because we came to the realization that the partnership would cost too much money, that didn't dissolve our relationship with the Department of Health. In fact, it strengthened it. So luckily, Marion Tsuji has stayed on as the Deputy Director for Adult Mental Health. And with that relationship, we've dealt with some of her assistants who are permanently staffed. And we do have plans to utilize some of our space in one corner of our Leahi campus. If I can go back a little bit, when you look at the two facilities, there's Maluhia and Leahi. When we say that we're at 75% capacity, it's not because we don't have people that need the services. The need is there. I mean, it's especially so recently, you might have read in the paper that Oahu Home Care, has closed down. And that creates a big need for long-term care. But we're balancing COVID precautions. At the same time, we're also balancing in staffing, workforce shortages. We have so many vacancies that were addressed earlier. And for us, it's not really so much a matter of position control, it's being able to fill them. And it's a problem that's plaguing everyone. So when we look at our 75% capacity, you have to look at it in the grand scheme of things. And we want to fill them, the need is there, and we plan to fill them as we get more staff and as the COVID spaces become less necessary. But you're right, transitional housing might not be appropriate for the Leahi campus, but stabilization beds are a possibility. As the CEO Derek mentioned earlier, we have an issue with infrastructure. And while our focus with the Department of Health earlier was, trying to get the transition done, then work on projects, now we're just focusing on working on the projects. So I can assure you that, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members, I haven't talked to you yet, I will be in touch, because we have lots of plans in place and we need to get everyone on board, because we do want to address these things and we will address those things. And because our focus is now not on the transition anymore, but on addressing, especially like stabilization beds and increasing the capacity of the program on our campus right now, that polyclinic program that Derek mentioned earlier. I mean, these are all priorities that we're going to need assistance on, infrastructure-wise, funding, and we do plan to educate everyone on what we plan to do personally and in these meetings, hearings as they go forward.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Kahlo, followed by Ward.
Mahalo. I just wanted to ask the Hawaii Island, Hilo Medical, and Kona Community Hospital if any of the CIP or funding budget requests have any adjustment or have been informed by the Access to Care survey that we did on Hawaii Island. If any of the results of that have impacted what the budgetary and our CIP requests indicate. Because I believe the results have come out.
I'll give that one a shot. So I know that actually Community First, which you're familiar with, they did Access to Care. I think if you're referring to that, the results did come out. And I think it was a large part of it was focused on not just access, but access in the form of are there providers and services available. So to your question, most of that for us then is operational on the service side. Do we have enough urologists in Kona? Do we have enough cardiologists in Hilo and so forth? Now, if you provide those services, of course, then there are infrastructure needs, which takes you back to Kona's needs for making sure their facilities are safe. And actually, for some of our services, they absolutely have been limited by we don't have more space. Okay. And the other thing that we've seen, and I don't if you asked about the island in general, but I think we're also running into, it's a catch-22. If you add services so their patients don't have to fly over here all the time, well, then you need space for them. And space for them requires infrastructure. If you have cardiologists that don't have to transfer everyone with chest pain, and you can care for them in your hospital, but then you need a bed. And so, which is not a bad thing because Oahu hospitals are full, but it's an expensive problem. So I think both East and West share some of the same needs, and your Access to Care study really pointed out that we really can do more on the neighbor islands.
Thank you. That definitely answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Rosen, are you doing doctor hoarding? Yesterday, Dr. Bonham stood there, the UHERO, and he said employers are doing employee hoarding all over the state. You have a doctor shortage. Are you hoarding them, i.e. giving them incentives not to leave? And how bad is the shortage now? And
Hoarding doctors, that's a concept.
He created the term. I'm only telling you what he told us yesterday. Employee hoarding was what was going on. They're giving them incentives to stay, giving them raises, perks, etc. Are you losing doctors, and how many are you short, is the question.
Well, these guys could say more of, are we losing doctors? And we try not to have them steal from each other. Occasionally they do, but I don't think they're hoarding.
Well, they should be, though, because otherwise they'll go back to many of them are going to the mainland.
Well, there is competition, and I would say that some of our shortages, there may be that some of the types, nurses or others, are actually working on Oahu or going other places for better opportunities than our facilities, but I don't think we're hoarding.
So are you short? Are you short? How many, if so?
I'm never exactly sure, but of everything. But I don't think we have the capacity to hoard doctors. They go where they want to go. What we actually have to work on is making our facilities a good place to work, our communities a good place to live, so they come and serve our communities and stay. And that's true of all of our employees. I mean, we do depend on flyers, but we would love all of our employees to be community members. That's going to be the same ones there all the time. That's the best care for the community.
So you don't have a retention plan per se then? There's not something that,
Well, I don't know, do you have a retention? You give them We do say thank you. So the whole healthcare workforce, physicians included, it's been a tough time. So a lot of physicians, specialists included, I think COVID pushed some of them out of the profession, and their satisfaction is decreased. So the market is certainly much more competitive. We subscribe to basically a compensation survey of physicians. It tells us how much you have to pay in your market for different physicians, and then we can compare where we are. And that level has been going up year over year, 3, 4, and now in the last year it's probably jumped more than 10%. So our physicians, who you're talking about, how do we retain them, they also know what they are supposed to be paid. And so what we absolutely know is that at least especially in our market, we have to be competitive, but we also have to be really careful that we don't get in this bidding game and basically it becomes a mercenary approach. So to Dr. Rosen's point, I think the work conditions, how appreciated they are, how their interactions are with their administration and all the people that support them, and then also making sure that they're compensated fairly is how you keep them. And I think in some ways, in any type of market, it's just a function of good business and good relationships. It's about all you can do. You dang sure shouldn't offer them incentives to stay, because then you end up where everybody wants the next incentive.
so you have a plan, you just haven't given it a name, but now you know it's hoarding that is the way to call it. You got to keep them here. That's the bottom line.
We hear you.
Thank
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we'd like to thank you very much for presenting to us this afternoon, and we look forward to working with you. And we are adjourned.